Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Okay, looks like we have audio and picture. Test on the second channel. Test on the second channel. Good test, audio's good. And I think I'm happy there. Chat, audio and video all seem to be good. So yeah, we're back in the F86 again today. It's obviously one of the easier aircraft modules in DCS World to learn regards cockpit and operations wise, but one of the harder ones to get a hold of the actual flying side, along with the warbirds like the Spitfire's the other one I'm trying to learn as well. I do have, as you can see, quite a lot of the modules for DCS World. Been flying flight sims now for 10, 20, 30, nearly 40 years now. Last flew DCS back in about 2009, 2010. It was still pretty much called Lock-On Modern Air Combat back then. I've been getting back into it over the past month. And basically flying flight sims from sort of early 80s, way back when. ZX81 Spectrum being my first PC I had a flight sim on. Couldn't even call that a PC, it was 1K memory. With 16K memory expansion pack, so a whole 17K available there. Flight Pass 737, I think that was the first flight sim I ever tried. Went from there to Commodore 64, flying games like F-15 Strike Eagle. Got my first PC late 1998, and got into Jane's F-18. Falcon 4 was the next thing I got into, which was obviously more along the terms of DCS World, with fully clickable cockpit, so on and so forth, and obviously heavily modded by the third-party content to actually get the game working properly, or the sim working properly. So spent a few years learning the Falcon, 16 Falcon and Falcon 4. This was long before it was Falcon 4 at BMS. You basically just grabbed as many files as you could from different modding communities and to get it working properly. Joined an American flight sim squad called the Wings of Fury. Became quite adept at dogfighting. Became their dogfighting instructor. Lomac came out in 2004, which is DCS World. Visually, I don't think DCS World has taken huge amounts of leaps with regards to visuals. At the time in 2004, Lomac or DCS World was the most stunningly striking and visually realistic flight sim available. The AI and many other things about it were still seriously bad. They've made huge, obviously, strides in the last 20 years, or just under 20 years, adding to the game, adding to the sim. Just added some even more realistic AI behavior in the last month there. So the AI now know how to notch your BVR missiles. But I thought when I got back into this, I would try to learn to fly properly. Get used to the older aircraft, learn to fly, because if you can learn to fly the aircraft properly, you can bring those skills forward into the F-16, the F-18, the Tomcat, the Harrier and so on, and really get the most out of them. Obviously the more modern ones are more exciting, shall we say, to a lot of people. Obviously with Top Gun just released, and their modern planes, their fast jet planes, are more exciting to fly. They've got more weapons options, so on and so forth. They're just sexier, let's just say that's probably the best word. But I've always liked the World War II stuff. I do sub simulations of World War II subs, the U-boats, and all that sort of era's always interested me, and obviously the Spitfires and so on. But I do like the early jets as well. So here we are in the F86. I've got basically learnt the operations of the aircraft, the cockpit, and so on. I'm pretty confident that I know basically what every button in there does and its proper use. But now we're actually just trying to get used to flying the plane and using its weapons and actually flying it to the best of its ability, which is probably going to take a while. But that's what we're here to do. If you do want to come in, say hello. You're watching, do say hello. I'm here on Twitch and YouTube under the same name, Nemesis Wolf. You can watch me on YouTube on 1080p, but I believe I can get that up to 4K, which is actually what I'm playing on. Is 4K. But 1080p will do as just now. Scuff McBuff, hello, how are you? I don't know if you've been listening to my ramble before we get into the air. The virtual pilot yourself, or are you just watcher, as it were? Hope I didn't bore you too much. But yeah, really into my flight sim. Have been all my life. Wanted to be a pilot when I was young, but got a weak left eye, so that paid to that. Although I have had a couple of BMS, yeah. Really considered going for the BMS route rather than DCS World myself, because I was into Falcon 4 quite heavily back early 2000s. Before it became, what was it? It was Falcon 4 and early 2000s. Basically, you went to third-party sites, modder sites, and you just grabbed this and that, and your whole squadron grabbed the same stuff and matched up, because there were lots of different patches and so on from different third-party creators, and you could get different versions of Falcon 4 that worked. And then they brought out Falcon 4 Allied Force, which was sort of like the company grabbed. I actually met one of the developers of that game. They grabbed the best of the stuff that was out there and put it into one package, so you had one definitive Falcon 4, and obviously it's still going today, which I'm really quite happy about. But I did obviously play Lomac, or DCS World as it now is called, and with the improvements they've made to DCS World, I'm happier to fly it. Back then, DCS World Lomac was pretty terrible for the AI. You didn't have dynamic campaigns. You still technically don't have dynamic campaigns in DCS World, but the AI, and obviously you've now got the F16 that I think DCS World is now surpassing BMS with, to be honest. because I've spoken to a few BMS pilots and they've said they're considering switching over now. DCS seems to be surpassing the BMS with the integration of all the new things they've got in it now. And so the F-16 is going to be one of the jets, one of the modules in DCS World that I'm definitely going to be concentrating on. I do like the old one-on-one World War II early 50s jets like the F86. There's just something about that, the man, the plane and the gun basically, that just entices me. Although I've got a long way to go before I become anywhere near competent again. I am absolutely terrible at flying at the moment. One of the biggest problems I'm actually having with DCS World is actually seeing the enemy aircraft where they are. You'd be surprised, obviously I don't know what hardware you've got, Scruff McBuff, but you'd be surprised how cheaply you can get a DCS World system up and running. You can basically spend £500 and have a PC that'll run DCS World in 1080p quite happily. DCS World, especially when Lomac came out. When Lomac came out, it was excuse me. A lot of people still say that DCS World is still a PC killer. But yeah, Grey Knights, regards to the labels, I've thought about it and I keep thinking about it. You know, should I just put labels on just now while I'm still getting back into the sim and get used to it that way? And there's just something in the back of my mind that's going, well, if you get used to using labels, you know, it's going to slow my learning of how to do it without them. But I'm actually, we'll see. 27 with an RX 580. See, back in 2004 when Lomac first came out, it was literally a PC killer. The PC I had just wouldn't run it. It just chewed up my PC and spat it out, and it was actually because of that I learned how to build my own PCs. And my first PC I built to run DCS World basically. The graphics card on that PC melted in 2010, which is actually why I've had such a 10-year gap, 10-12 year gap, because I didn't have enough money at the time to just buy another GPU. And I went to basically playing on the Xbox. I've only just the last couple of years got back into PC again. But there's actually a video. Scruff McBuff, there's actually a video if you go onto YouTube and you type in cheap DCS World PC. There's a video there of a guy that made a video, I think it's 1 or 2 years ago, it might have been last year actually, but it's still relevant, and he builds a PC for 500 quid, or $500. I'm British, so I'm in pounds. I don't know where you guys are from, but yeah, $500, and he makes a system that's decent enough with decent FPS. good. Yep. Yeah, watch that vid. I mean, the bits and pieces. It's £500 worth or $500, and he's got a system that runs DCS quite comfortably. No, it's not 4K, blah de blah de blah. But I mean, it's a system that lets you get in the DC world. I mean, DCS is probably actually a bit similar to what you've got. I can't even remember what. I know I had an AMD CPU back then, but I can't even remember what mine was. But I mean, you're talking 2004, 2005 when I built that. So I mean, it was like dual core back then. You know, dual core had just been introduced, and now we've got like what? We've got the Threadrippers with 64 cores. The 12900s have got 16 cores. And the AMD 5950s, they've got about 16 cores as well, I think. Yeah. I mean, the system I'm using, it runs 4K, but it's a cloud-based system. I don't actually have a PC. I do have a PC here in the room, but that actually is connected to the cloud PC, which is ShadowTech. And the ShadowTech then streams to my the ShadowTech PC actually it's the one that runs DCS World and all the other bits and pieces, but the one in the room actually connects to my head tracker, which is a Delan clip, and I've got the Logitech Cytec 52 Pro, which is basically the same one I had back then. I mean, everything I've got now is basically similar to what I had back then. I had an X52 back then. I've now got the X52 Pro, and I did have Track IR, but it was Track IR 3, and I had that all the way back in 2004. So the only issue I've got now is I've got a slight lag with the head tracker. It's about 0.2 of a second lag with the head tracking. And going back to that Grey Knights with the issue with spotting them, I've not got the best eyesight myself. I do wear glasses now. I used to have brilliant vision on my right eye. I had a lazy left eye, which is why I've never became a pilot. I did take a couple of lessons in a Cessna. My wife or ex-wife bought me a couple of lessons in a Cessna, flying lessons. But regards to spotting the enemy aircraft in DCS World, I've been literally about a month now, 3 weeks, I think 3 weeks since I actually started playing, getting into it again, and I've been learning the Spitfire the first couple of weeks. Literally couldn't spot them, but I've looked at a lot of YouTube videos on that, and seemingly it's a thing you just need to get used to. It's something it takes anything up to 6 months to get used to spotting the enemy planes, anything up to 20 miles away. Grim Reapers. I've actually got a good video on that subject about spotting the enemy airplanes in DCS World. And it's something that Supercap on there says that, you know, it took him 6 months before he could get it down, and he can now literally spot an enemy aircraft from being a pixel on his screen, but it's something it just took so long to train your eyes to see. Yeah, cache is always the big thing, Scruff. The thing is, once you get up to the modern stuff, you know, like, so, you know, 3090 Ti's when it comes to graphics, that's not what's restricting DCS. The biggest restriction on DCS is actually CPU power. Once they're about to change, what is it they call it, the API from DirectX, they're going to change it so that it uses DirectX and Vulkan, so that it will actually be a multi-core game. And once they make it a multi-core game, everybody, no matter what system they've got, as long as they have a multi-core processor, it's just going to dramatically increase the FPS you get in DCS. Yeah, I mean the DCS is just not written, or it doesn't use at the moment. It's DirectX 12. Now again, there's another video I've watched. I've got loads of useless information in my brain. I've watched thousands of hours of videos on DCS. I've watched thousands of hours of videos on this, that, and the next thing. And all the way throughout my life, if I needed to learn something, I would grab a book and learn how to do it. Like, I know how to rewire a whole house. You know, me and my wife bought a house and it was run down as hell and it needed upgrading, and rather than getting an electrician and to pay him £10,000 to rewire my house, I got a book, learnt about wiring and all the correct grades for the wires and all the rest of it. I rewired my whole house, and then I got an electrician in to certify it at the end. Saved me thousands. So I'm just like a sponge for useless information, basically. So, but yeah, once DCS World, I don't know if they're going to do it this year. There's a lot of people hoping that they are. Once they change to the Vulkan, and I'm sure it's called API. Yeah, I'm not useless. I take it you're talking about me. I like to think of myself as very adaptable. If the world ended tomorrow, civilization ended tomorrow, we lost electric power, civilization and cars and all the rest of it, I reckon I'd be alright. You know, I'd be the guy to be able to podge a generator together and create my own electric and steal some solar panels and make my own electric. Yeah, not rewiring the whole house. Yeah, it's just, there was a Reader's Digest, and the whole book was how to do basically anything on a house, from plumbing to electric, because I taught myself plumbing as well. Plumbing, electrics, how to build a wall, how to build a what do you call that? Drywall, plastering. You know, the whole book was everything, and I used quite a lot of that book. But I mean, I've always been that way. When I was a kid, my Walkman broke. I took my Walkman apart and fixed it and put it back together. And I've done that with pretty much everything all my life. All my early joysticks in the 1980s all got taken apart and fixed and put back together again by myself. So I should have become an engineer, but didn't, because I didn't realise I was that way quite well inclined at the time. But yeah, once we get this Vulkan API on DCS World, it's not going to unlock all the cores from what I know. So if you've got a 16 core 12900K or something like that, it's not going to use all 16 cores, but they're saying it will probably unlock about 6 or maybe 8 of the cores. I should have been an engineer, Scruff, I should have been. It's one of those things you didn't realise until later on in life that you should have been that, because I mean, my car breaks down, I fix my own car. I don't take the engine apart, but anything else, mechanical, brakes, suspension, anything mechanical, fuel system, minor engine stuff. If a sensor goes in the engine, I can repair. I can replace the engine, do main service on it, oil, spark plugs, coolant, anything like that. I'll do that myself. I will not take it to a garage and pay them £50 an hour, £80 an hour to change my oil. You know. So yeah, the Vulkan API is going to unlock about 8 or 6 cores. Now, from what I've seen in DCS World, especially this is going to change VR, virtual reality users, dramatically. Is that basically every core you unlock, you're going to exponentially increase the frame rate. If you open up one more core, so it's doing dual core, you know, if you're getting 45 frames per second, it will, from what the information I've seen, it will literally jump to about 80 frames per second. Basically, PC users with a monitor will end up with frames per second enough in the 200s if they unlock about 6 cores. Virtual reality users who are struggling to get 30-40 frames per second, unless they've got a totally high-end system, you know, they'll be getting up to, they'll probably max out their refresh rate on their virtual reality headset once this is done. So I've heard it might be happening later on this year. So that's all good for everybody. So I mean, even your system at the moment, Scruff, once they do that, you might find it'll be good enough. So just another ramble there. So shall we try and do something with Sabre? Now there is a mission I've tried a few times, and I guess, yeah, I know the cockpit, I know how to use the weapons, but I'm still at that early stage of I do something wrong and press the wrong button because it's not second nature. I'm still learning how to fly the plane properly, and I've crashed it numerous times just trying to let the bombs go, so on and so forth. So if you're up for watching a plane crash a few times, certainly do stick around. Dogfights, 1v1 dogfights, well, hi Javelin. We could try dogfights, but I mean, even against AI, half the time I can't even see where they are. Yeah, MiG-15, you'll kick my ass. The MiG-15 in DCS is overpowered compared to this particular Sabre. This particular Sabre, from the history checks I've done, should have been an equal match, but from what I'm hearing, the MiG-15's a bit OP, slightly compared to what it should be. If I do take you on in this Javelin, Javelin 1-1, you are taking on a complete noob who you will be able to shoot down in 5 seconds and probably won't even be able to see where you are. That's the level we're at. Yeah, it depends on the pilot. I mean, especially in something like this, it does depend heavily on the pilot, but I am, from being what I used to be, which was a dogfight instructor in a squadron back in the 2000s on Falcon 4, to getting back into having a 10-12 year gap and getting back, I can't even fly the planes, never mind dogfight them. So up to you. I'm quite happy to make it a bit of fun, because I'm here to have a bit of fun just as much as trying to get you guys, keep you guys entertained. Ultimately, I'm not here to make thousands of pounds of money and be one of these mega YouTube channels like Growling, Sidewinder and the rest of them. Although I do have some severe problems with growling sidewinders dogfight techniques, but there we go. So how do you want to work it then? You want me to set up a server, which is something I've not done in over 12 years, or you? I do have a really good connection, and I do have a very, very good PC. It is a cloud PC, so it is top-notch shit on it, or it should be with the money I'm paying them. DCS Dogfighters. Okay. Well, if nothing else, I'm up for a laugh. And this should give you a laugh. Search. DCS. Server 1, 2, or 3. I've got 3 options here. Maybe I should read more into it, because there's probably one of them that's dedicated to the older stuff, one newer stuff, so on and so forth. Alright. Have I jumped ahead too far? We will see. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. I think this is the slowest part about this PC then. Arena 3. Right, here we are. Trying to remember if I've set my pile up. I think I have. No, not the Jeff. Arena 4. Why am I going down there? Arena 4. It's full as well. Telling me it's full, but there doesn't seem to be anybody in it, to be honest. If that on the right, the players are on the right, are supposed to be who's in that server or that arena. Or am I doing something wrong, which is probable? So it says I'm player. So I've obviously not set my pilot up to be an American pilot. So it'll recognize me as player. So I can, without stream delay. Right. Ah. I see. Um. How do I get back to that menu? And I'll need to escape briefing. Not briefing. Roll. Gotcha. Good, good, good. Right, so you're saying Arena 5. And I'm assuming I just select it. Yeah. Right, I presume I had briefing and then fly. And at this point, I become dead duck, I think. Right. Guns are armed. Right, well, everything's set up. So I assume it's now just a case of finding you, which is going to be fun. Yeah, well, you'll know where you are on this server, not me. I see ya. And now I don't. I would say I'm going fast, but I'm not. Let's see. You're probably sitting underneath my belly just toying with me, aren't you? That's gunfire. Can't believe how, shall we say, unresponsive this is. 180 knots. I know that's bad for a start. Oh, I've got GARs on me. Didn't realise I'd got GARs on me. That's why. Yeah. That's not so bad actually. Come on, up, 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 up. Ah, stalled out. Well, you definitely had all over me there. Yeah, I'm just having trouble trying to get the bloody thing to turn. Never mind, see you. I could see you when you got close in. I could obviously see you there, but select roll. You'll know what's the better ones. Playing with your food. Yeah. So arena 9, arena 8, so this will be arena 7. So is it a case of you just get spawned in semi-randomly and we just need to find each other, or are we actually placed up in a head-to-head merge position? There you go. She climbed up that quite respectfully. Ouch. That cannon's deadly. Come on, respond. Ouch. Why is this plane still flying? I've hung the engine. is hung. Come on, baby, there we go. Back to full power. Not that it's gonna help. Oh shit, no. Lost control. Hydraulics must have been leaking, which wouldn't surprise me. If nothing else, you're getting target practice. Oh, trust me. Do you know there's the training mission for the F86, where you basically, the MiG-15 just goes round in a very slow 20-degree bank. And all you got to do is shoot it down. I can spend 40 minutes trying to shoot that down with unlimited guns. Oh, I think I see you. Or is that just a thing on my screen? Yeah, it's just a mark on my screen. Looks like a very small smoke mark in the distance there. I'm quite surprised they actually have external views on this. Right, back in the pit. Now that we know where each other actually is. Or at least I did know where you were. Some angels. Last place you really want to be is on the deck with a rate fight with a MiG-15. If you can actually see it. Let's see. Where are we? Yeah. High deflection shots. Get a bit of SA. Oh, nasty. Pilot kill. Yeah, you can see that, right through the canopy there. Yeah, the seat, I can make a slight adjustment on that, but I can't be too much, otherwise I actually lose sight of the gun sight by raising that up a little. Gonna keep finding you by looking at my ass, basically. Because you're always gonna be there, because I can't see you anywhere else. damn it, you just disappear into the sky, really. Looking right at you and you just disappear into the sky. I see a MiG. Ah, shit. Lost SA. Do I have the F5? Yes, I do. But it's not set up. The only aircraft I've actually got set up with the HOTAS at all is the Spitfire and the thingy, but I do have the F5, yeah. I've actually got most of the modules to come to actually mention it. The only ones I don't have is like the Jeff. Don't have any of the helicopters, I don't have the Jeff, and any of the mods really. I don't have any of the mods, just the main modules. You can shoot if you want. It basically gives you a bit more impetus to thingy. I mean, oh yeah, I've got the F-15 actually. The F-15 set up, sort of. But yeah, jump into whatever you want, Javelin. And I'll just stick with the F86 just now because I want to get used to. I'm just pulling too hard. I'm just using up all my energy. Too fast. I'm staying squirrely for you, but I'm in. Was that the SU-35 you're in, or the SU-33? Yeah. get some energy in. Yeah, I've not lost you, I still see you. Right, speed, pull back. Oh, for feck's sake. Right, I'm going to spawn straight back in. Situational awareness. Biggest killer. Yeah, the sea, ground, anything sort of reasonably solid at 300 knots will pretty much kill you. Joy at the moment, but we must be pretty close. Yep. There's the merge. Right, I've got eyes on you. Still see you. Yep, I can see you. I haven't lost sight of you since the merge. Come on, Sabre, pull round, pull round. There you are. Don't spin out, don't spin out, come on, stay up. Let's get above those clouds. Because he's just sitting on my butt. Just cannot outmaneuver that baby. If it wasn't for the fact that was a SU-33, you'd have a hope of maybe stalling you out in the old put the brakes on, but it's an SU-33 and at low speed you just can't. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. I'm down. She's got a real bad habit. Yeah, I've seen a lot of videos where a lot of the guys have said since the what was it, the cloud update? The big new clouds update 2.5 or something, that the sea is actually quite difficult to see how far you are above it. Is it the 27? Ah yeah, the 33's got the extra fins in the front for the carrier landing. Yeah, she's the carrier version, isn't she, basically? Right, let's go again. But yeah, I could track you easy enough in that. And again, it's a double-edged sword. I think it's a case of it's learning to see from a distance and tracking your target, and it's also getting used to the head tracking again. It's just making that a more natural thing like it used to be. Oh, I've got eyes on. Or at least I did. There you are. Gotcha. Let's get out of this dive. Don't want to keep nose down. Hit the sea again. Have I seen the new Top Gun? Twice. Yes. There you are. Now you just done some grass cutting there. Oh shit, come on, don't. No. Keep a clock away your noses. See the flare, but not you. Gotcha. Just trying to see those flares, but I couldn't pick up on you. And then you just big black splodge on the land. Gotcha. I'm actually going at 400 knots. Yeah, I see ya. Good, yeah, I thought the engine had thingied out there again. Now you see there, I knew exactly where to look for you coming round the other side, but I just couldn't get the track IR where I wanted it to be. and you just disappeared there. Really can get quite immersed with the view in here. So just getting used to the track IR. So when I pulled hard on you the last time, I knew exactly where to look over my right wing to pick up on you again. I just couldn't get the track IR to the right spot quick enough, or even just to the right spot really. Track, yeah. No problem, Javelin. I'll pop out just now as well, actually. Just go to select. And I'll take a quick 10-minute break there, guys. Get a coffee, something to drink, and denumb my bum. yeah, take a break now. It's all seized up because I don't have a decent computer desk to sit at. Back shortly, guys. And we're back. Hello to anybody who's still watching. You will need to forgive me, my setup's not the best, and I do actually have to use, I'm streaming to two channels. I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch. I've only got one screen and I need to use my mobile phone to keep an eye on the chat. But it does give me sort of limited abilities to see who's actually watching or not. Set back up, settle in again. I'm also not sitting on a proper chair, I'm actually lying on a bed, which does not help at all. I can't actually see who's here or not, if anybody's here at all. Right. So I'm going to retry one of the standard stock missions that comes with the game, or with the sim. Which is, if I'm not mistaken, should be in here. Yeah. You can't see me. Why can't you see? Or why can't I see? Basically, because I'm using Restream to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the time. In the game, so while I'm in the game using my monitor, I can't use my monitor as a double screen. So I've got to use my phone, which connects to Restream and lets me see both chats. It sort of combines the chat from YouTube and Twitch, but that's all it does. And it tells me how many people are viewing, but it doesn't tell me if somebody's on Twitch or somebody's on YouTube, and it doesn't tell me, I can't go into the settings and see, oh, who's watching me on Twitch and who's watching me on YouTube. I need to actually sort of like alt tab out to Windows, and then look at I'm logged in on YouTube and Twitch, on the Explorer, basically Windows Explorer or Bing or whatever you want to call it. And then I can see exactly who's watching what. So for example, I can see if you type something Grey Knights, for example, I can see that's came from Twitch. So every time you type something, it's got the Twitch symbol and your name next to it. And if somebody types in from YouTube, I can see their name and the YouTube symbol next to it. But I can't actually tell who's watching, other than I can see that it shows me there's 2 people watching at the moment. One of them's you. But it says there's only 2 at the moment. And if I go into, let's just go in here at the moment. Where are we? Where are we? Yeah, there's only 2 viewers on Twitch at the moment. And I think one of them's me. Yeah, it does. It does take a minute or 2 for Twitch to update how many viewers you've got. I know that for a fact. I've jumped into. I like actually going to the smaller streamers because I'm a smaller streamer myself, and I've got this up there. If I can say hi to them and say hello to them, you know, then hopefully they'll jump into my stream. Got that. I don't know if that's a small streamer mentality, but I think if you go into the big guys that got the 50, 60 plus, because DCS only usually has about 300 people watching at a time. Yeah, it's 315 people watching a DCS, and in total, all the streams together at the moment, it's 315 people watching. So one guy's got 21 viewers, seemingly another guy's at 131, but those 131, yeah, he's 104th Maverick. They're quite a big online group, I believe. I've seen 2 or 3 of those their guys on at the same time, all streaming the one mission. I do have. Well, I've only got one that says Kebab is on with 2 viewers. Yeah. Where are we? Yeah. It's now telling me Kebab's got 9. So it just shows you, depends, you know, there is a delay there. And I have had, you know, I've had quite a few guys watching me, which is surprising considering just how new I am to all. Again, I have got no airs or graces about me. I've just reset my mentality to, I'm starting fresh with this. Yes, I've got all this stuff in my head. I know air-to-air combat maneuvers, dogfight maneuvers, it's all still in my head, and I can sit and watch some of these guys who are doing dogfights, and even in the big dogfight competitions that I've watched, you know, I'll be sitting and look at that and go, no, he really wants to do this, he really wants to do that. But it's actually getting me to do it. But then I've got this, the modules I really want to concentrate on. See, I do have most of them. Let's actually go through what I've got. Well, that was on the list there. I've got the A10s, both of them. The older version that came with Lomac and the A10C2. I've got all the maps. I've got the Vigan, the Harrier, I've not flown any of these yet. I've literally not even looked at them, but I do have them. Combined arms. The F14, because you just gotta have the F14 really. So the F14 is definitely one I want to get into. Again, that's going back to I like the older school, and the F14 is not a computer controlled aircraft. And it's more about learning to fly the plane than the plane's flying you, which is what the F18 and the F16 do. You know, you can jump on an F18 and pull hard back on that stick as quick as you can, and it ain't going to let you do anything stupid really. You know, you won't rip the wings off your F18. It'll stop you doing it. It'll stop you stalling out as best as it can. But planes like the F14, the F86 Sabre, the Spitfire, you know, the Warbirds, all the old stuff, north of F5, Tiger, you know, you need to learn how to fly them. So that's just my basic mentality on that. I want to learn how to fly properly. I can quite easily jump in the F18 and the F16 and learn starting and the F15. And not have to concentrate too much about flying the plane, more learning the systems. But yeah, F14, F16, I do want to make F16 probably one of my prime time aircraft, simply because I was so used to flying it in Falcon 4. And now that the DCS Eagle Dynamics are concentrating on bringing it up to date because it's an early access, but they were concentrating a lot of their effort on the F18 to get the F18 complete, and the F18 is pretty much done now. It's almost complete. And seemingly they only had one guy working on the F16, you know, like adding Magnums and Mavericks and stuff on. You get an update, but they're now concentrating on the F16 from what I know. There's the Hornet, Sabre, all the FC3 planes I've got, basically, which was the low Mach planes. I call them the low Mach planes. There's the Jeff. So I don't have the Jeff or the Focke-Wulf or the I-16. L39. Got the Mirage 2000. One particular air-to-ground weapon in the Mirage 2000 that I seen that I liked was the anti-runway bombs or rockets that they can deliver. That's what caught my eye. That's why I went, yeah, I'll grab that. I don't have any of the helicopters. I do have the MiG-15, 19 and the 21. Got the new South Atlantic map, so that's going to be interesting for likes of Harrier and Skyhawk missions. I'll actually need to get the Skyhawk mod. Spitfire, Su-25, Super Carrier obviously for the F-14. The training Mustang. And that's it. In fact, that's more than enough to be keeping me busy learning this the sim again. So the downside is basically my setup at the moment is not helping because just due to personal circumstances, I'm not going to go into major detail, but I had I'm 50 years old yesterday. Whee! Yeah, that's the thing. There is a lot of things. The one thing about the likes of the F18 and the F16, you know, once you've learned how to use the Mavericks and so on in one of them, it shouldn't be too hard to learn the other one. And I was good with the Falcon in Falcon 4 days. I was, you know, I pretty much knew all the systems back then, but it'll all come back to me once I get into it. But I do want to make the F16 one of my primary. And they're coming out with One of my most favourite aircraft of all time was the F-15, but they're coming out, which they've got in Falcon, you know, SC3, but they're bringing out seemingly a Strike Eagle package. Yeah, the Harrier really does interest me actually, especially now that they've actually done the South Atlantic map, because I don't know, Grey Knights, are you British? But obviously Falklands War, Argentina, that type of thing, that interests me because that I was 10 years old when that war happened. So I do remember a lot of detail, and back when I was that age, I was seriously into fighter jets. So back when I was that young, you know, I was seriously into fighter jets, and back then I literally knew every jet that was available in the world. I knew its speed, I knew altitude it could go, I knew all the details back then. A bit foggy now, but oh, I'm just a spring chicken to you then. West Yorkshire. I'm in Suffolk. I'm on the most easterly point of Britain, to be exact. Lowestoft. Hit 50 years old yesterday. But, oh, I'm down to one viewer by the look back onto this. Way down south. Not too far, actually. It doesn't take long to get to Yorkshire from here. Well, the longest part about getting to Yorkshire from here is actually getting out of East Anglia, because there's no motorways out of East Anglia, and all the sort of like dual carriageways are all not really dual carriageways, it's more like A roads, and they've all got cameras for 40 zones and 30 zones, and it can take you like an hour and a half, 2 hours to get out of East Anglia, and then once you hit the A1 on the east coast, you can shoot up and down the country really fast. But yeah, I just sort of want to get into this. I wanted to do some streaming because I'm big into my sort of computer stuff. I used to play, well, still sort of do play Elite Dangerous a lot. Don't know if you know that one. But that was mostly on the Xbox, and I was heavily into a squad that was on there every night playing Elite Dangerous on the consoles, until I got this PC back. So I thought, why not just do a bit of streaming, taught myself. Yeah, if you want a space simulator, it's alright. It does have its faults. They aren't supporting it as good as they should. They actually cancelled the console version of it for PlayStation and Xbox. It came out, it's Elite, you might remember actually. Elite came out as a computer game in 1984, and it was revolutionary at the time. Back in 1984, it was 3D vector graphics, the best game available, and I loved it, and I played it on my computer, the Commodore 64, Amiga 500, had two versions of it, and they released another couple of versions of it after that. Yeah, it's the same game. It's the same game, but obviously the modern version of it with updated graphics. It's amazing how much the updated version is a lot like the older one. To be honest, you can do everything that you could in the old game and a lot more, obviously. And obviously, graphically it is stunning, especially on the PC version. It is stunning, and they just launched a Space Legs update, so you can actually get out your ship now. But the update came out with some issues, and they said to all the console players who've been playing it for like 4 years, likes of me, oh yeah, what we'll do is we're having issues with this new update. Or it's more of an add-on really, because you've got to pay for it. We're going to concentrate on the issues with the PC, and then we'll launch the console version. They spent about 6 months working on the PC version, and then turned around to the console people and said, oh, we're cancelling it. Microsoft Flight Sim 95. Yeah, that was 1995. I was probably, what was I doing there? Didn't have a PC until 1998. Didn't have a PC until 1998. And by then, I was into combat sims. Flight Simulator and such didn't really grab my fancy, shall we say. But it was actually Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 that got me back into this, because I seen the graphics on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and I just went, wow. So I do have Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, and it's just stunning to fly about, you know, in the Cessna. I'm not really too interested in learning to fly the big 747s and study level on a airliner. It would be pretty cool, I suppose, if I could, but this is where my heart is, combat sims. So yeah, I mean, even when I had Lomac back in 2004 and I built my first PC to get it to run, I would just jump into the flanker and just fly the flanker around for about an hour or 2 hours, no combat. I would just set up a circuit of the Caucasus map. I think it was the only map you had at the time. I would just set up a circuit and just fly around it, you know, 100, 200 feet off the deck with my track IR, and it was just, you just get sucked into it. It just felt like you were flying with the track IR, and it just doesn't feel like that at the moment for me now that I'm getting back into this, but I'm sure it will. But I do have issues. My setup's not great. I'm sitting on my bed basically in a box room that doesn't really have enough room for a computer desk at the moment, although I'm going to be changing that so I can actually sit in a seat, because every hour and a half everything from the waist loses feeling. Yeah, nothing to shoot in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. But yeah, I'm hoping to learn this and really get stuck in, and I thought, why not stream right from the start, and if people want to follow along and have a laugh at somebody crashing a plane a lot to start with and learning the planes and so on, then that'd be pretty cool. So I'd get a little bunch of guys following me through it all. So I am a member, or I joined the Grim Reapers. Yeah, the thing, Scruff, that I do have, again, this is down to my setup, because I have this running on a cloud PC. There's an issue that I can't just connect the tracking camera, because it's a DeLand clip. It's not track IR, it's DeLand clip, and even if it was track IR, it would have the same issue. I've got a little box that connects to the cloud PC, and it's got several USB plugs in it, but it will not accept the webcam, and it wouldn't accept the track IR either. It's just too much information for it to send through the internet. So I've actually got a really cheap £80 PC I bought off of eBay 6 weeks ago or something. I connect the webcam to that PC, and I've got the head tracking set up on that PC, which is sitting down on the floor. That tracks my movements, and then it's OpenTrack software, and I can set the OpenTrack software just to send not the picture of my head movements, but just the tracking information alone to the cloud PC. Yeah, that's what I've got. Yeah. Yeah, I've got the PS3 camera. I've not got a self-made clip. I bought the Delan clip, and they supplied the PS3 camera, and I used to download the OpenTrack. But the OpenTrack can send just the tracking data, not the image, but the tracking data to the cloud PC, and then I've got another version of OpenTrack running on the cloud PC, which is listening for that tracking data. So there is about a 0.2 or 0.3 second delay with the head tracking, but I can get used to that, and it is, as you maybe seen with the dogfight we done there earlier, once I lose track, I know sort of like in my head where I should be looking, but it's actually getting the track IR to look that way. It's just a case of learning everything again. It's getting used to track IR being without having to think about it. Just getting used to it without having to think about it. Because when I was Aveline was on there in the dogfight session earlier, I knew when he overshot exactly where I should be looking, but I just couldn't get the head tracker to go there naturally quick enough so I could keep following him. And I'm still learning the plane. I was pulling too hard and losing too much energy, and I've got 101 things that I need to get as a natural process rather than having to think about it all the time, which is what I'm just doing at the moment. Yeah, I mean, it's maybe not that big a delay, but there is a delay. I mean, I move the head. It follows fractionally later. It does follow fractionally later. You can see a definite delay, but I know if I get using the track IR and it becomes more natural like it used to be back in the day, because back in the day, I mean, it was no delay, it was straight in at the PC and there was absolutely no delay at all. But I mean, I could just literally put my head in a position and the head tracker would be there, and I would be exactly where I thought the guy was, and he would be there, and I would still be able to track him and maneuver the plane. But I'm just nowhere near that level of instinctual moving yet. Yeah, I mean, I really do want to get my own decent PC, and I'm torn between going all out and getting top of the line, or getting something that will be adequate, that's basically going to get rid of the problems I got with my setup. You know, it's just a case of money problems. Well, not problems, but what money you've got. I know if I wanted to, I could really just go all out for a mega PC and bring it in. But can you justify that, especially with how things are today? £2 for a litre of petrol. I still got to go to work every day, 4 days a week minimum, but I try and work 5 and 6 days if I can. So it's a case of I could easily transfer the money I'm paying for this Shadow and put that towards a real computer, and then I've got a real computer in the room, I've got a decent internet connection, so that just swapping from the Shadow PC to buying one with credit isn't an issue, because obviously I'm paying for the Shadow PC as a rental sort of thing. And I suppose I could add a bit extra on to that to bring it up to a higher spec PC. Yeah, yeah, the world's in the shitter, I think. Scruff. I'm actually looking at ways, or I'm on YouTube trying to find other ways of getting extra income online, but I've not found any that are genuinely legitimate, is the best way you can put it. I'm certainly not expecting to get any money from streaming, put it that way, or a YouTube. I am going to start putting some videos together to put up on YouTube. I know I live stream on YouTube, but I don't actually have any videos. I've only got my live streams. But yeah, I'm not expecting to get any money out of that at all. I mean, I think in a year's time, if I'm getting £10 a month off of YouTube or Twitch from people watching me, I'll be lucky. You know, so it's not going to be a life changer doing that. I don't think. I'm not. I know there's a lot I could learn about how to set up the stream with all these little things that, you know, you go into Twitch and you see all of these little things that they have going on in the background when somebody subscribes and so on, the big things come up and so on and so forth, but I mean, I'm not even affiliate yet. I've got seemingly enough people watch my streams, strangely enough, and I've got enough hours and I've got enough different days of streaming to become an affiliate, but you need to have 50 followers to be an affiliate, and I've got 20, I think. I did even try at one point opening up an online trading account to do that foreign exchange trading, which I did learn a lot about. I spent hours and hours and hours, and I went through a training course and I spent quite a bit of money putting myself through a training course to learn about it, but it's nigh on impossible. It's just gambling, basically. It's just gambling. So I just pulled my money out of it because certainly wasn't making money. Ooh, I've received 100 messages. Yeah, day trading. I don't think it's stupid. There is, you know, with going through all the training I went through, yeah, there is techniques you can make a bit of money in it, but at the end of the day, you need to have like £100,000 in it to be making enough off it to be worth it. You know, you're only going to make, even if, you know, even the training, the guys would always say, you know, the average trader will only make about 3 or 4% profit a month. You know, so I mean, technically, if you've got £10,000, that's what, £400 a month, which is not bad, I suppose. But I mean, if you want to actually replace your job, you know, you need to have 100 grand in there. And it's just not guaranteed. I've done it for 6 months, and you're just not guaranteed to make any money. And in fact, you're pretty much guaranteed to. Most people will lose money. I did sort of 50-50. I gained some and I lost some, and I gained some and I lost some, and then I lost some and then I gained some. Nothing major. I didn't put any huge amounts of money into it, but it became apparent to me I didn't actually have enough time in the day to actually do it. You need to actually be able to sit down for a full hour, concentrate on it, and the best time to do it is in the morning when the market's open, and at that time in the morning I'm already at work. I get up at 2:30 in the morning and go to work. You know, I have a long day. I'm up at 2:30 and I get home at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a work day. So I get home, and to sit and analyse the market and see what's doing what, my brain's just not functioning at that sort of level at that time of day. Yeah, if you look, I mean, that £100,000 to make 10,000 in a year, you ain't going to make 10,000 in a year, not unless you're some insanely good. You know, you'll get 4K if you're lucky at 100,000. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. When I was on holidays, when I took a few days holiday and I could sit in front of it, which I did do, sit in front of it all day and watch stuff. I could jump on something if I could see something was moving quickly. I could jump on it and make a little bit of profit. But that was really the only time I was making profit, was when I was watching it all the time. You know, it was a full-time job in itself, and I was, with the amount of money I had in it, I was making pennies. So you know. Right, we're supposed to be doing DCS F86, and I'm yammering on about day trading. But so let's go into this mission that I've tried. It doesn't take long to do, especially if you get shot down or crash in the process. But this mission, basically you take off a flight of 4, and the mission is to fly to a sort of forested area. There's 2 armoured personnel cars in that area, and we need to destroy the 2 armoured personnel cars. Then we need to fly to the harbour at Sakumi, I think it is, and bomb a submarine that's sitting in the harbour and destroy it. 2 MiG-15s get sent up to take us out, basically. And what we learnt from the first run of the mission was, if you can get and bomb the armoured personnel carriers and you can get and bomb the submarine quick enough, then there's no issue and you can take the MiGs on without having to worry. Except I got shot down by the MiGs because I was still trying to bomb the submarine. So I've had about 4 tries at it. I've made 2 stupid mistakes of not pulling out early enough when I was bombing the submarine and crashed into the harbour. I got shot down once and hit some trees on the 4th try. So practice. Let's give it a shot, shall we? I'll try and keep an eye on the chat so you see what you're saying. I do tend to get fixated on the game though, but I'll try and keep an eye on you. Where's the best place to put you? There. Right. I could do with that can of juice actually. Right, so there's the flight plan. It's a 5 waypoints. Taking off at Batumi, Batumi. That's where we take off at Batumi, fly over the sea, join up with my flight, head up here to waypoint 2, and then carry on up to waypoint 3. Now, right there is actually the airport where the MiG-15s are taken off from, but they do take their time in doing so, luckily. I know exactly where these APCs are up in this wooded area. They're actually in a bit of a clearing. We're going to have rockets and 2 500-pound bombs to use. So I'm going to try and take out the APCs with rockets. If I don't get them with the rockets, what I'll do is I'll send the rest of my flight in to take out the APCs. Hopefully flying over to Poti here, and in the harbour there's a nice submarine sitting in one of the harbours, and hopefully we can destroy the submarine before the MiG-15s show up, but they do tend to show up not long after we get to Poti, but that depends on how quickly we can destroy these APCs. And it literally is just 2 armor personnel carriers. It's not a big, and you get smoke to show you where they are, so it's quite an easy mission technically, but noob mistakes, yada yada yada. Well, I'll keep yammering on. Right, let's track IR's gone all funny. Why aren't you centering the x-axis? Okay then, I shall just disable the x-axis on my track IR. Well, what I'll do is I'll disable it once I've got this plane set up. Control. Yeah, I can adjust it actually. Right. Zoom out and comms F8, F2, F1.
Turn on the ground power. Copy.
Copy.
Ground power is now on.
Throttle is now at idle. Comms F8, F2, F2.
Turn off the ground power. Copy. Ground power is now off.
Come on, track IR. Track IR sorted. This doesn't seem to be wanting to center. Right, let's try and sort that out. before we do anything else, because if I can't see around, we ain't gonna do nothing. Should only take a minute. I might have to reset the open track. Yeah, that looks like a set. Just a little reset needed there, I think, I hope at least. Yeah, that's all good. Right. Right. Excuse me. Right, plane is all up and running. That's all set. Stop vibrating. Brakes off. And these has got the worst nose wheel steering in the world.
Rolling. Natumi, in field. 1-1. Request takeoff. Rolling. Rolling.
Cam. You need to keep the nose wheel steering gear engaged at all times, and if you accidentally disengage the nose wheel steering while it's more than 20 degrees off center, you basically can't catch it again. You need to wait until the aircraft's straightened up again and it's running straight before you can catch the nose wheel steering and get it working again. But by that time you're usually in the grass, and if you get in the grass on the F86 you're just going nowhere. It's like glue. You just don't have the power to get out of the grass on the F86. That's nice and straight, well, straight enough. Brakes on.
Rolling.
Speed brakes are out. Keep forgetting the speed brakes on the F86 are out when it starts the engine up. Brakes on full power. I'm going to go flaps as well because we're loaded up. How did he get ahead of me? 100 knots. Pulling back. Stay up, stay up. Trim, 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 trim. Right, we're stable. Right, so bring the throttle back to about 80%. We'll turn in to about 020. Trim down a little bit. Just a little, keep that. About 2,000 feet per minute. Drop it a bit hard. This compass works. It's the needle that moves, not the dial, which can be a bit disconcerting. Right, so we're roughly about there. 80% thrust, trim that back. My view is still off. Out for some reason. Or it came back out. I did not ask it to come back out. I'll trim it all to hell. Target area is pretty much, yeah, dead off the nose there. And I would like to be about 10,000 by the time we get there. 5,000 foot per minute climb. 5,000. We'll do not so bad. I just need to move about a bit. Let's just check. Oh, I know what we need to do with the rockets. About there, actually about there. Set that. Just check. I did not hit the comms button, so stop showing up. Fuse delay. No, we'll just do on contact for that, and then we'll arm the bombs. After the rockets have launched. Traveling off course. There's my flight. And there's where the MiGs are coming from. Yeah, they've moved too far left. Just see where the point of the nose is, just there just now, where the nose is right there. That's where we want to be heading. So good. What Angels are we at? Angels 8, still climbing at about 2,000 foot per minute. Drop that down, that's fine, we should be dead on course. Not seeing my thing though. Oh, I've got to switch that on, don't I? And that gives me power to the gun sight. Lovely. And we should have a signal flare. To the right there. Just see that gap in between the forest there, that gap right where my nose is. Right there. That's where all the APCs are. Get some so I'm going to need as much as I can. You could literally be watching a flight of 4 F86 over North Korea. Very soon we'll see green smoke. There's the green smoke. I'm going to throttle down to idle. Speed brakes out. There's only two little APC trucks down there. You can make them out now.
Contact armored target 12 o'clock. Point 1.
So I went short. Jesus, guys. Increase speed, speed brakes back in. I'll see if we can do a little guns run. And set for guns. Set for guns. I know what was wrong with that rocket run. I didn't release the gyro. I didn't release the gyro for the gun for the rockets attack. That's what I should have done. Again, idle. Now we'll bring the flight in. Engage.
Flight.
6. So I'll just sit up here and watch my guys bomb the hell out of these two little APCs. And as soon as they're confirmed as destroyed, we'll immediately make a run on the submarine. And probably miss that as well. But it's all about not so much me bombing them, as long as the targets get bombed by my wingman and we get home. I'll call that a success.
3 bombs away. 4 bombs away. 2 running in. Three engaging primary. 4 engaging primary.
Looks like one of them's, yeah, one's still alive.
Bombs away.
Hopefully two's gonna kill this one.
Three running in. 4 running in. 2
Oh,
engaging
two's
primary.
bombs
away.
missed.
4 bombs away.
So they're using their bombs, not the rockets. And they're all hitting the same one, but not the first one. that first APC got absolutely pounded by me and everybody else, and the other one's sitting there going, how many bombs has he got? He's only supposed to have 2. Meg's are going to be up soon. And I thought I was bad, because that other guy's still there, I believe. Yeah, he is. Yeah, that other APC's still there. Last time they didn't take that long to kill it. A couple of guys dropped the bomb and killed both APCs.
Running in.
2. Well, boys, did you hit it?
2. Running in.
Nope. Nobody can hit this little bugger. Okay, let's see if we can take him with guns. Which is going to leave me open to the MiGs, but never mind.
Rockets away.
12% damage.
Running in. 3. Running in. Rockets away. 3. Rockets away.
Yay, ground targets destroyed.
Running in. 2. Join up. 2. Rejoin. Join up. Rejoin.
Okay, I need to get the ball set up now. Let's get the phone. Oh shit. No. Well, there we go. SA destroyed. Just as the MiGs were kicking off. And
Chief, turn on the ground power. Copy.
so I'm going to take a little break because I'm seizing up here. Go for a little cup of tea, have a break, and then we'll pump back on. Try that mission again, and then I'll take another big break after that, and we'll be back on. We're here all night, as they like to say. So I'll leave you guys watching the track for a while of that last mission to see if there's something to watch. I'll just check the controls actually. Alright, I'll put that one there.
Chief, turn off the ground power. Copy. Ground power is now off.
that way for you guys to watch that. Hey Zanra, I'm just redoing that mission. I was doing some dogfights with one of the guys who came on earlier. I just retried that mission and failed, and I'm now going for a break. Zanra, good to see you. My arse is numb as hell, and I need to move. So 10:50 might be back, retry this mission, and then I'll be taking a big break for some food. Well, I'm going to be here all night tonight, that's a definite, so on and off anyway, in between unnumbing my bum breaks. So this is the track from the last mission. I'll leave you guys to watch that and see how I'm smashing it around so well. But we're doing not bad on that mission actually. Till we finished. I think it's... yeah, it did reset earlier. Hang on, how's that? That any better? For audio, but then we are sitting outside with the jets roaring, basically. Grey Knights, you've probably already gone. Catch you in a little while. Come back on. Like arcade chase camera view. I want to give you the arcade chase camera view. Search. View. See, first press. You got 3 views. Oh no, you right. So arcade chase, cause left shift F4, or just chase view. We'll check them both out. So left control or left shift. One. That's fine. I think we'll leave you guys with that view just now. I think I need to zoom out on it. That should keep you occupied for the amount of time I need to get my circulation going. Yep, catch you later. Very nice. So yeah, I'm going to be here on and off all night anyway, so big break will be after the next mission, or next attempt at the next mission. Nothing to keep on doing. really healthy bar of Toblerone that I had for my birthday. Alright, back soon guys. And we're back on.
Join up.
Right, so that's pretty much as far as we got with that mission anyway, because on the way to the next target I flew into the ground. Yippee. Setting my bombs up. So let's just get set up and we'll rerun the mission for real this time. We'll click. But that is not the same track though, is it? 'Cause that's not the track we've been watching from the 13.6. Unless it's doing a funny one again with the tracks. Don't know if the MD's still watching at the moment. Right. Here we go again. Let's see if we can do this. Hopefully head tracking won't be too squirrely. Reset. And reset. It is a little squirrely. Let's get that sorted again. Yeah, I'm really going to get stuck in to try and get... Where are you going now? Well, I'll just do a quick reset on the open track. Stop tracking, start tracking. Right, good enough. Let's get this party started, shall we? F8, F2.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Copy. Ground power is now on.
There we go, it took a longer to start up than normal.
Chief, turn off the ground power.
Copy. Ground power is now off.
My Uta is not working. Ah, it's always something. Okay. Alright, let's get going.
Atumi, in field. 1-1. Request takeoff.
I'm on the wrong frequency for that, but I don't know what the frequency is. And brakes. Let's get a few other things set up. Power flaps down. Bed squarely. Bring the power back. 80%. Oh, we turned in way too much. Right there, I reckon. Stop the jittering. Here we go. Here we go. check on rockets. $9,000, that's good. Yep, very much heading for the target in 2 BTR 80s. Target size just below the tail. Smoke. too high that time. How sensitive that is. Can't even see the all my rockets are gone. Oh, come on. Gonna have to overfly. The trim really screws you up on this. Come on, up, up, up. Why are you not going up? God damn, the trim is so bad on this thing. And I'm down.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Copy. Ground power is now on.
Chief, turn off the ground power.
Copy. Ground power is now off.
Natumi, in field 1-1. Request takeoff. Join up. Rejoin.
Go, go, go! Oh well, we tried again. And time to go. I need to go and take a break, get some food. I shall catch everybody a bit later on tonight. Not that anybody's actually watching, I don't think. But yeah, I've got to get some food. I've not had any food today, so I need to go and get some food. Back in an hour or so, maybe an hour or two, and we shall keep trying. It's practice makes perfect, and I'm far from perfect, obviously. So we shall be back as soon as we possibly can.